Recording in progress.
Regular meeting of the Petaluma Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee for Wednesday, February 7th. Clerk, could you please take roll?
Ossemeyer?
Here.
Bond?
Here.
Camarda?
Here.
Garcia?
Here.
Tar?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Raquison?
Here.
Earl?
Here.
Barnacle.
Thank you. Moving to general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the committee's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the committee, time will be allocated in equal shares totaling no more than 15 minutes. If there's any speaker cards, please bring them to the clerk. And clerk, have you received any comments prior to the meeting?
There were 2 public comments received.
Thank you. And do you have any comment cards?
I have not received any comment cards.
Okay, so that closes general public comment. And there are no presentations. So moving to approval of the minutes for January 3rd, 2024. Committee, are there any changes to the minutes? No changes. The meeting minutes will be accepted as is. And now moving to public hearings and matters for consideration. Review and provide feedback on the draft action plan for the active transportation plan. And this will be presented by Bjorn, is that correct? Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, and good evening, committee members. Hopefully you all had an opportunity to review the spreadsheet that was published with the agenda last Friday. We're basically just going to go through that in detailed fashion. To give a little bit of context, this is being developed for our active transportation plan, and this is a very crucial part of the plan. This is essentially our to-do list as a city. You know, we obviously have the mapping exercise that's underway. I'd say that and this action plan are the 2 most important elements of the active transportation plan, whereas the map lays out our vision for the specific locations of infrastructure improvements. This action plan touches on anything and everything we need to do in support of all of those infrastructure improvements and in other areas. So with regard to street and trail design, the way with which we identify and prioritize projects, the way we enhance our streets and trails, and then obviously also some of the non-infrastructure pieces, evaluation, education, encouragement, enforcement, and again, all in support of the draft goals that we have developed for this plan. So I will go ahead and share my screen. I do not have a presentation prepared. I'm just going to do this the same way we did with the blueprint. I will share the spreadsheet. Hopefully you can all see it on your monitors. I don't know why that popped. Okay, there we go. And I'll just start at the top here. Again, reminder of our draft vision statement that was developed in collaboration with our vision, goals, and action ad hoc committee, which consists of Marja, Kelly, and Darren, as well as a member of the public, Pete Gang, who is in attendance tonight representing Safe Streets Petaluma. They've done a lot of great work. So we've got the draft vision statement. We developed 4 draft goals in support of that overall vision. The first goal is focused on accomplishing Vision Zero, eliminating severe injuries and deaths among people walking and biking. Although the city's overall Vision Zero goal includes obviously all road users. But because this is the active transportation plan, focusing on bike ped safety, building out our safe and complete network that encourages people of all ages and abilities to travel throughout the city, creating beautiful, inviting, and comfortable streets, sidewalks, and trails that encourage and invite more active transportation, and normalizing and celebrating active transportation through education and encouragement, making it a celebrated part of everyday life. I did not read, I paraphrased those, but that gives a good overall sense of the flavors. So in this spreadsheet, to kind of give you my thoughts on how we will use this. Again, this is a pretty comprehensive list. We have 57 actions listed here. There's several different ways we can organize these. I did my best to check off whether they were in support of one or multiple goals, and then also apply to category. So our bicycle and pedestrian master plan, adopted in 2008, had a similar section. It was, I believe, policies and programs, and it broke up those policies and programs by types of infrastructure. So I believe it had multi-use trails, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes. So I've kind of broken these, tried my best to break these up into categories or large buckets. There is a lot of overlap. Obviously, many of these actions touch on multiple goals and multiple categories, but I did my best to kind of find the overarching categories just for the ease of this group's review. And so there's multiple ways we can organize this data or this information and go through it. And once we have a list, what we will do is collect data on each. So these are really what this will do is give us a game plan and, like I said, a to-do list where we can go through this in a prioritized fashion and monitor our progress each year towards these actions. Some of them will be ongoing actions, things that we just need to do every year. Some will be sort of a pass-fail exercise or incomplete, right? Whether we've actually achieved them. Others will involve monitoring our progress over several years. For example, implementing all of the signal improvements that we wanted, all of our signalized intersections. We have. Yes.
You need to change the
you need to change my mic.
Something wrong
Oh,
with
okay.
your mic, I guess,
Okay.
for Alec.
Sorry. I didn't have a mic. Let's see. Do we have a way of? Are you in touch with him? Yeah. All right. We'll see if this works for Alec. All good? Or?
Yes, we're good.
Okay, great. So in some of these, for example, if we're tracking our progress on signalized intersections, say we've completed 20 out of 60 signalized intersections, done the safety improvements that we've outlined, this will be a great way for us to monitor that progress. So we'll add that data in. We will assign completion percentages to each of these, and we will also set target years. And the target years will be a reflection of both this committee's idea or sense of priorities. So I'm looking for that feedback tonight, not only in the content here of the actions, but I'd also love to hear from you which ones you think rise to the top, which ones you would like to see the city focus on first. And obviously those will assign more ambitious target years for. And then also we, as a city, just need to go through the exercise of figuring out how those priorities align with our existing resources or what additional resources we would need in terms of staff capacity or funding to accomplish those. So I'm just looking forward to, again, kind of going through a deep dive on this. This is the only item on our agenda tonight, so we can really roll our sleeves up and hopefully walk out of here feeling really good about this list, and then we'll start collecting data on our end on all of these. And again, this is a really big piece of this is the meat of the active transportation plan. So looking forward to the review. I guess I'll ask the chair if it would be helpful. Would you like me to kind of run through these, or would you like to just open up the questions from the committee.
I think it would be helpful if you sort of, in terms of prioritizing the goals, if you took the lead on maybe going through that and then maybe us having that conversation. I'm not sure if going committee member by committee member, that would be as efficient.
Yeah, or even if each committee member wants to pull out 5 to 10 that you think really rise to the top as top priorities, that would be fine. Yeah, I don't. Very much open to whatever would be most productive for this group. So yeah, I'll kind of go through then in at a high level. This first group, and I apologize to our members in public here. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit more. I've got a couple of feedback comments that we received in advance over here to the right, but I'll just, for the purpose of this, I'll zoom in a little bit more. Yeah.
Hey, Bjorn, as we kind of work through this, what type of feedback or what information can we provide you tonight that would, make this a successful sort of event or a workshop?
So I'm looking for really any and all comments. So whether it's edits to the specific actions or questions about the actions, that's fine. Or if you feel that there's something missing, we'll take that. And if these can be general comments. We don't need to wordsmith each of these, but if you're feeling like something's missing or you're concerned something's missing, call it out, and then we can go through and talk about the individual actions and whether or not we feel that they capture what you're after. And I'll also say, please feel free to submit comments after the meeting, and that goes for both members of the committee and members of the public. We've got some time to develop this, but I figure this is a good first step. So we've got under evaluation, these are the ways that we would monitor overall progress on the active transportation plan. So like I said, we will be monitoring progress on all 57 of these actions, but these first 4 are evaluation focused. An annual report to the committee on our progress towards Vision Zero. So that would include an annual report on all of the severe and fatal collisions that occurred within the previous year, everything that we have done to try to address those. And that's a recommendation that came out of our Vision Zero action, our Vision Zero ad hoc committee. We have
Bjorn, can I
yes.
throw in a comment? Just
yeah.
I don't know, that mix it up. I wanted to add one thing to this, and I just sent in some comments too. I'll do the prioritization, I guess, maybe separately, but one of the things I wanted to underline about the Vision Zero was focusing on the Vision Zero's action plan's progress metrics. Mm-hmm. So just spelling that out very clearly. That's the project that SCTA just received funding from the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, and which I'm leading and starting ASAP. So that's my own personal and work-related kind of goal, is to try to just be able to get all the jurisdictions and other places. I've had some good conversations with some of the performance metrics that are related to like DUI tracking, in terms of enrollment in programs and hospitalization from trauma data that's separate from crash. So we're talking to Memorial Trauma and trying to just get a lot of other information. So it's kind of a active push of really trying to say, yes, Vision Zero is about crashes, but then what are all of the other indicators or progress metrics that can help us reach these goals? So that was kind of my one big comment. I think the other ones kind of can just be shown in my public comment on the email, but yeah.
That's great. Yeah, we are happy to lean on SCTA and try to not only be consistent with the way SCTA is approaching addressing Vision Zero, but also all of the great data collection and evaluation that you were analysis that you were doing. Our second evaluation action is just a high-level annual report on our progress toward implementing the active transportation plan. So that would include progress on all of the actions included here, as well as progress on building out the bicycle and pedestrian networks. So that would be, miles complete, miles built, miles out of miles envisioned. Be very easy to, to produce that data once we have finalized maps. Implementing a bike ped count program, and bike ped count programs can be pretty unwieldy or just really time intensive. So what I proposed here is to focus on our crosstown connectors. So you assume that those will be a pretty good proxy for overall active transportation use and growth within the city. The more people are using are walking and biking to get across our freeway, train tracks, and river, the more those modes are growing throughout the city. And it's just easier. We have limited crossing opportunities. So those are catching a lot of the trips. And would definitely like to get some automated counters to assist with that, so we're not doing it manually. And then the fourth action related to evaluation is applying to the League of American Bicyclists Bike Friendly Community Program. And that program itself includes its own list of actions. They give recommendations to each city. So they they evaluate what you are doing, what you could be doing, and give you a report card, and we could use that to inform future efforts. And those are, I've seen in the past, bicycle and pedestrian advisory committees have been pretty involved in submitting those actually compiling and submitting those applications. So that's something that PBAC could certainly consider taking the lead on if it interests you. Next, into the really exciting category, network build out. And this one really checks a lot of the boxes on the goals as far as Vision Zero, completing the network, and just making more beautiful and inviting streets. And that would be reducing vehicle lanes, so implementing lane reductions or conversions on all of our multi-lane roads with lower than necessary vehicle volume. So anything that's carrying fewer than 18,000 vehicles per day, and that's pretty much any multi-lane road in Petaluma except for sections of East Washington, Lakeville, North McDowell. Basically everything else is way under capacity. And so there's a lot of opportunity there to, obviously add protected bike lanes, widen sidewalks, greenery, and crucially, you're reducing, or you're eliminating the multi-threat conflict where someone in the first lane maybe stops for a pedestrian that's crossing, but the person in the next lane over doesn't, which is obviously a very problematic condition. And then the next three will refer to the maps that we are developing. So I've split this out into the near term all ages and abilities bike network, and then the long term all ages and abilities network. And this will be more clear once we have the maps revised from Fair and Peers. But what we are proposing is a near term network that is prioritized based on completing sort of a primary grid throughout the city of all ages and abilities bikeways. So think your major crosstown connectors, kind of the arteries of our system. It would be the way I would phrase it. And also looking at what we can actually implement in the near term, what will give us our best bang for the buck when it comes to building out our bike network in a quick fashion, not spending all of our time and effort on those really difficult trail gap closure projects that might require purchasing right of way and doing years of environmental review and design. Let's figure out what we can do quickly and what's going to give us the best overall value to creating mode shift in Petaluma. So that would be the near-term network. So we can, assign a target year there of, I think what would be aligned with what I've seen in the blueprint for carbon neutrality would be 2030 based on what we've seen there. But we can certainly discuss that. And then completing sidewalk gaps on all of our arterials and collector roadways. That'll be mapped, and those sidewalk gaps will be mapped and prioritized. And then I've got separately the long-term network, and that's pretty much everything else. So everything that's left after that primary near-term network, that would include not only the more difficult projects, but also kind of the more local minor connections. And then we move into complete streets design. We've got 2 here, updating the city's complete streets policy to align with the Metropolitan Transportation Commissions. And really what they've done is they've incorporated all the best practices in their new complete streets guidance when it comes to accessibility, all ages and abilities, bikeway design, green infrastructure, even something that they're now addressing. So looking at theirs and making sure ours is aligned with all of the best practices that they've outlined, as well as the National Association of City Transportation Officials, which is pushing the envelope on a lot of this stuff. Related, updating our street standards to incorporate all of those best practices. I think, and we would look to establish standards for both our quick build projects and our permanent kind of concrete long-term projects. So where this would be helpful is right now we don't have something that we can just hand a designer, someone working on a street design project or a developer, and say, hey, here's our standard traffic circle, replicate this. Here's our standard bulb out here. So that's the kind of thing that this would address. And then we move into safe streets, traffic calming, Vision Zero. We've got continuing to implement the Safe Streets Nomination Program, lowering speed limits in accordance with some new state legislation that we'll be rolling that out locally here this spring. Installing traffic calming measures at all rural urban gateways, school zones, and business districts. So that is pretty much in support of the reduced speed limits, but as we all know, signage in itself is not enough. So we also need to create street designs that slow speeds to support those lowered speed limits. Collecting speed data so that we can monitor the progress on those traffic calming improvements. This one is for our police department, aligning traffic enforcement efforts with the behaviors most likely to contribute to severe injuries and deaths. And they really are already doing this, but this adds some teeth to that. Implementing a rapid response program. This is another thing we're really already doing, where we are collaborating closely with our police department every time there's especially a severe or fatal collision, and looking very closely at what we can do to make sure it doesn't happen again in that or other similar locations, and something that we could report on annually with our Vision Zero report. And then lastly, implementing a messaging campaign to raise public awareness around those behaviors that we see leading to severe injuries and deaths, and making sure that we're regularly updating that messaging to reflect the most recent collision trends. Then we move on to intersections and crosswalks, and we've got a bunch of really wonky stuff here. So this is I'll kind of breeze through these, but these 3 are really meant to just different signal treatments we can use to reduce conflicts at our signalized intersections. And I believe all of these were informed in part by the recent Blue Zones Built Environment report and its recommendations. It had some really specific recommendations on signalized intersections. So that was another thing that I reviewed, and that I know Pete was involved with that and put some of those recommendations in here. Implementing AB 413, that's prohibiting parking near intersections and crosswalks. conducting a roundabout assessment and feasibility study, identifying and ranking intersections where roundabouts are recommended, and providing some prioritization. And we can, once we have that, we'll also be looking with each paving project and other capital projects at opportunities to implement roundabouts and traffic circles. And this one actually kind of dates back to a previous effort that PBAC was involved with years ago, where PBAC and city staff were looking closely at all of our uncontrolled crosswalks. So any crosswalk where you don't have a traffic signal or a stop sign, where drivers are expected to yield to pedestrians without some sort of traffic control, and basically inventorying all of them. How many lanes are there? What's the speed limit? What features do we have in place? What type of signage do we have? Do we have flashing beacons or not? Do we have those advanced yield markings or not? And then coming up, not only inventorying, but then coming up with sort of a standard of, depending on the number of lanes and the speed, here are the treatments that we would like to see at each of these uncontrolled crosswalks. Developing a policy identifying criteria for where to install new marked crosswalks. That's something we talk about all the time internally when we're doing paving projects. We're looking at, we have lots of stretches of roadway where you have a very long, quarter mile, half mile stretch without any crosswalks. So what's our criteria for what would we like to see to improve pedestrian circulation? And then we move to sidewalk accessibility. We've got looking at how we can start moving the needle on minor sidewalk repairs, either with additional staff doing it in-house. So when someone reports a trip fall hazard on a sidewalk, instead of just going out and painting it, painting that trip fall hazard and notifying the resident, we look at what we can actually do to mitigate the trip fall hazard without a full repair, and doing that either with additional staff or with an annual capital project. Inventorying and ranking and upgrading all of our curb ramps. That's a huge undertaking in a city like Petaluma, where there just are large swaths of the city that do not have were built without curb ramps, or without curb ramps that meet current ADA standards. So that's a big undertaking and definitely needs to happen in a prioritized fashion. And I think this one we've heard a lot from the ad hoc committee, and we've been hearing it from the public. Let's figure out ways to reduce property owner barriers to making those frontage improvements, not just on sidewalk repairs, but also on adding street trees or beautifying the space in front of their house, adding a curb cut so that the stormwater can infiltrate in a planting strip, for example, a bioswale. We move on to multi-use trails, and a lot of these were informed by the work done by our multi-use trail ad hoc committee last year, upgrading all of our multi-use trail crossings to make them accessible, provide direct crossing so that you're not expected to take a lengthy detour down to the next available crosswalk, and then also continuing to pull out bollards whenever we are looking at these trail access points. And if we feel that there is some sort of vehicle exclusion needed, we'll do it in consistency with what Sonoma County Regional Parks is developing. They're coming up with a sort of a design, a standard design for their trail access points. Installing vandal-proof pedestrian scale lighting on all of our Class 1 multi-use trails, as well as reflective edge lines and center lines. We had a lot of issues with vandalism of our trail lighting. So that's something that we really need to figure out, find a system, find a solution that we don't have to go maintain all the time. Establishing and posting a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. That's consistent with lots of this cities around the Bay Area are kind of using 15 as the default for multi-use trail speed limits. And, it's coming up obviously a lot more with the emergence of electric bikes and scooters. And it's a big issue. It's been a big issue in areas of Marin where you have a lot of sort of stronger road riders using multi-use trails and going at higher speeds. So that's something we've heard from this committee and the public. Developing city standards for our multi-use trails, kind of telling us how wide the trails should be, what types of surfaces. Obviously, with our expansive adobe clay in Petaluma, we've seen a lot of issues with asphalt on our trails, so we're moving towards concrete. And then also looking at all the amenities that are needed on trails. And then again, updating signage for proper trail etiquette, and continually upgrading all of our multi-use trails in a prioritized fashion so that they all eventually meet that standard that we develop. So we've obviously been doing that pretty systematically, going through section by section on the Lynch Creek Trail, getting it upgraded, paving it, doing it in concrete, adding shoulders where possible, and just continuing that work on other trails throughout the city. And lastly, some sort of adopt a trail program, or just figuring out a way to tackle regular litter and graffiti abatement. The graffiti on Lynch Creek Trail lately has been pretty shocking. So we need to get on top of that. And then we move to, there's just a few for bike parking, very specific here, getting bike racks at all city facilities, parks, transit hubs, and on sidewalks throughout the business districts. Obviously, that leaves all of our private property, especially our shopping centers and our grocery stores, unaddressed. So once we get through all of the city, what the city takes care of and owns, then let's start thinking about what we can do to get better bike parking in those existing shopping centers that we can't require them necessarily to update their bike parking, but maybe we can figure out ways to nudge them a little bit, or to incentivize it. Maybe we buy the racks and we have our crew do it. We'll figure it, but we need to figure that out, obviously, because it's a big issue, and it's been a very consistent comment throughout the active transportation plan process, especially at our grocery stores in town that aren't subject to any sort of new approvals that would require them to upgrade their bike parking. And then updating the zoning code really to align with what we've already done in the objective design standards. So the objective design standards, we did a pretty good job, I think, and you all reviewed that, of modernizing our bike parking requirements, and we just need to now get that same language added to our zoning code. Then we move on to operations and maintenance. So we're actually already doing this, trying to figure out how to address sweeping on our protected bike lanes. We know we're going to be building out a lot more of them over the coming years. Our crews had to hand sweep the North McDowell bike lanes recently after all the rain and all the leaves fell. So we either know that we need to purchase a small sweeper, or we need to ask Recology to purchase a small sweeper. They're our city street sweeping contractor, and so we're trying to figure that out as we speak. Updating our encroachment permitting requirements to make sure that all that traffic control you see whenever there's some sort of road work going on, that the signs aren't being placed in the bike lanes or on sidewalks. I'm pretty sure they already do that, but obviously we're not seeing a lot of compliance, so we need to address, obviously be more explicit and figure out how to be really specific about where they place traffic control signage and when it's appropriate to block or close a bike lane or sidewalk. And then creating a pavement condition goal for the city's bike network. So we have a pavement condition index is the city's overall score that we use to measure our pavement quality. There's a score assigned to every single street in Petaluma. And actually the great news is we just found out that Petaluma's score in the last year went up. I don't know, Ken's online. I think it went up 12 points. And Ken, feel free to butt in if you're listening and you know the exact number. But we can pull out our bike network, and we can set a goal for PCI on our bike network, and we can obviously set that higher than the rest of our city network. I just saw Ken come on camera.
Yeah, so yeah, that was really, really good news. I mean, we've done a lot of work, and Measure U has really helped with it. But also they've gone back and just sort of revisited some of the streets, and it's have upgraded it in a way that's it's got all the QA QC. I feel much better about it. So we're not the worst in the Bay Area. So good news. Good news.
Was it 12 points, Ken, that it went up?
It was. Yeah, that
was
was what the draft. We haven't seen the final, but that's what the draft had indicated. So that'll get announced in April through MTC.
And 12 points, it's on a scale of 0 to 100. So 12 points is pretty significant progress.
It's pretty significant. We've still got poor pavement that hasn't filled the potholes, but it's a much better. It's just it's more realistic of what our situation is. So thanks for bringing it up. Yep. It is a good thing.
So I think we can see where that pavement condition index comes in for the city as a whole, and then we can set a goal for the on-street bike network. And Santa Rosa did that with their last active transportation plan. I can't remember. I think they set it at 75 for the bike network, which is pretty good for a city in this area where lots of cities are facing the same deferred maintenance issues. This one, shout out to our friend Derek with Safe Streets Petaluma, who requested this one with prioritizing the repair of flashing beacons as critical infrastructure. So if a beacon goes down, it receives the same level of priority from city crews or contractors as we would if a signal went down. Implementing a bicycle and multi-use trail wayfinding signage program. It's obviously been an important one. So I'm sorry, I missed that. We're now into promotion. So wayfinding signage, that is an infrastructure element, but I really do think it serves a critical role of promoting and making people aware of our infrastructure. Encouraging employers, especially the major employers in Petaluma, to become bike-friendly businesses. So similar to the League of American Bicyclists Bike-Friendly Communities program, they have one for businesses where they evaluate how bike-friendly they are based on how they accommodate their employees or customers, and they give them recommendations. Obviously, there's nothing we can do to require them to, but we can certainly encourage them to, and we could, between us and community groups could really celebrate and elevate those businesses that do. Creating a active transportation landing page on the city website, linking to anything and everything related to active transportation, resources, maps, information about plans, information about PBAC meetings, but a centralized place where you could go for all things active transportation. Create and promote printed and web maps. We already have a web map that's available. If you go to cityofpetaluma.org/bike map, that it's an interactive web map with our existing bike network, but we obviously need to continue to enhance and promote that, and it'd be nice to create a printed companion map. Creating a city e-bike fleet for use by city employees. That's something we've got underway. We've got 6 e-bikes so far for city employees, but something that we can build out throughout the city's departments. Creating a periodic newsletter that could go out to subscribers that includes information about upcoming events, plans, projects, and that's also a great way to plug our Vision Zero education. And then we move on to capacity building and training. So doing more in-house work with our public works crew with quick build, safe streets elements, using an on-call contract with a contractor who can come in and deliver those same safe streets element projects typically on a larger scale than we would expect our crews to be able to deliver. Implementing or increasing staff capacity to actually implement the active transportation plan. Obviously, there's a lot of work outlined in these 57 items, so we need more people to help get it done. And empowering our staff to complete professional development and trainings, go to conferences, and really just with an emphasis on staying up to date on complete streets design. And that could be green infrastructure, accessibility, bikeway design, you name it. And then becoming a National Association of City Transportation Officials member city, which would unlock some resources for our city staff and also enable us to network with all of the cities that have kind of self-identified as being really eager to rethink and redesign their streets. And then second to last, we've got schools, keep doing all the work we're doing with the Safe Routes Task Force, completing walking audits at all of our K-12 schools, and following those walking audits with quick build projects. And we've actually got a great running list going already of everything that's been identified on our walking audits, and going through and crossing off what we, as we go along, we'll cross off what we've got done, but we'll have a running list of everything that needs to be done around the schools. Seeking full participation in Safe Routes programming from all schools in Petaluma. So as we've heard from our good friend Christina Panza with Safe Routes to School, it's right now their participation in Safe Routes or the school's participation is voluntary. They basically pick from a menu of services that Safe Routes offers, whether it's walk and roll to school days, bike rodeos, bike education. They have a lot of offerings, and not all the schools participate at all. And then those that do participate there's a spectrum, depending on how involved they are. So, that's another area where we could really try to work with the school districts to promote those resources, and hopefully, if we're building that culture, all of our schools are really behind getting Safe Routes programming in their schools. And then lastly, two kind of miscellaneous items, refining our permitting requirements to provide a clear process for community-driven street projects, whether those are open street projects or demonstration projects. So right now we're trying to figure out sort of how our encroachment permit lines up with that. And we'll learn a lot. We actually just got our first encroachment permit for a demonstration project this week, and we're kind of figuring out how to tackle that, or how to fit it within our permitting system. So that's an item. And then also partnering with the Public Art Committee to create a process through which we can start getting street murals incorporated in our roadway projects. All right, that was all 57. Thank you for bearing with me. I will stop here and we can go to questions.
Thank you. That was a very thorough overview. Helpful. You guys did a lot of work. Pamela, can we start with you for questions?
Yeah, I had some questions about the speed reduction and the AB 43, I think it is. You said we were going to roll something out at the city level this spring. What does that look like? And it sounded like you thought we had plenty of streets that would qualify. You listed some roads that wouldn't qualify, McDowell. I don't know if you said Petaluma Boulevard, but I heard you say Washington. So could you give a sense of, what that program can mean to what we're trying to do here? And then I also wanted to ask about, the flashing signs like on D Street where you're being told how fast you're going. Is that working to reduce speeds? I wonder if you had some feedback on that.
So you may be confusing AB 43 and then the lane reductions, because I think I mentioned the streets that exceed the 18,000 vehicles a day threshold for lane reductions, but I can kind of outline the AB 43 what we're able to do there. So previously we had to use speed surveys to justify lowered speed limits. So we would basically, you can set the speed based on the speed at which the 85th percentile 85th percentile speeds. And state legislation was passed last year that now allows us to lower them without speed limits, or without speed studies, excuse me, on streets that meet certain criteria. And those criteria are commercial districts, and they're actually extremely specific. It's got to be a business district where you have active frontages, so the businesses go right up to the sidewalk, and at least 50% of the fronting properties need to be commercial in nature. So they're anyways, downtown meets that criteria. So we can lower our speed limits to 20 miles an hour in our downtown on any street that is less than 2 lanes. So that's everything downtown except for East Washington, or I guess it's Washington in downtown. And then within a certain distance of schools, we can lower to 20 miles an hour. And then there are also going to be what they call safety corridors, where we can lower the speed limit by 5 miles an hour from the current posted speed limit, but they haven't yet defined how we identify those safety corridors. They have until June to give us the guidance on that. So we're going to be going to council this spring, outlining all of this. We're making maps kind of illustrating which streets meet these criteria and where we could lower speed limits. And then council, we're going to ask for a resolution to then lower all of those speed limits. But we'll start with what we know we can do through AB 43, and then we'll come back with the safety corridors. And we're looking at it right now. We're looking at the high injury network that SCTA has already developed, and that's where we would probably focus our efforts for the additional speed reductions.
That sounds great. So as far as Vision Zero, do we have an idea now what data we need to collect to go out there and get these grants and get these other designations? I mean, are those things known to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
SCTA has done a ton of work on data collection already for.
So we can
Vision
program
Zero.
that into the kind of data and the metrics that we're looking for here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Those are the. I did have a question about the bike share program. Does that type of program, whether you want to call it promotional or however we want to talk about it, does it belong in here? You know, to add something about, you know, what else we're doing to make cycling more accessible.
Yeah.
So just a thought.
That's
about
a good. That is a
goal.
That is a great catch. We missed bike share. I'm just going to add sort of a note and shared mobility, and we can, unless you have specific recommendations around how we can further support it. You know, we will be a participant in the Sonoma Marin bike share program. It is coming back. It's back from the dead. They found a new vendor, and they've actually begun talking to the cities again about the rollout of that system and where they would like. We're going to start coordinating on, you know, where we put the stations, and I'll definitely come back to PBAC with an item on that soon. So we are participating in that. Anything that we want to do above and beyond that this would be a great place to outline that. You know, the only thing that comes to mind for me, we don't have a means through which an operator could come into the city right now, and, you know, if they wanted to operate scooters or bikes, other than the forthcoming bike share system, like there aren't any ways for other operators to come in and operate in Petaluma. But it's also, from my vantage point, and when I was at City of Santa Rosa, one of my major projects was writing their whole permitting program for scooter share, and Bird showed up, and they've gone bankrupt, and pretty much everyone in that realm has gone bankrupt. So it's kind of faded away a little bit these last couple of years.
But we may want to think about things like that as we try to designate areas for parking. Like the mayor made a comment about, you know, areas where we might show that, hey, in front of, you know, the new Amy's or at the beginning of a commercial block, we want to reserve some areas, take the, you know, car stripes out, and
Yeah.
maybe make space for things like what we're talking about right now.
And that's something we were already doing. If it would be helpful, we could explicitly call that out, something around bike corrals. I think that's kind of what you're looking for here. It's being a little bit more explicit. We're not just, putting bike racks in our commercial districts. We're doing it in a way that they're, extremely visible and accessible. And it's kind of a statement, right? When you've got that space at the corner where you've got 5 bike racks clustered together. So if you'd like some sort of a statement around bike corrals, we could definitely add one.
Yeah, I think so. And then just on the demonstration projects, I mean, does that include things like events that are sponsored by the Bike Coalition, the Ciclovia, and these kinds of things?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure that was included. That's all the questions I have.
I don't have any particular questions in that I was a member of the committee, the ad hoc committee that did this work, but I would like to very much commend Pete and Darren, Kelly, Brian. They were absolutely incredibly helpful and Bjorn, of course, who kind of led the group and steered us in the right directions. But all 5 of us on this committee were pretty actively involved, and hence I made my comments and sent them in. I really have nothing beyond that to say other than congratulations to the group that worked hard to produce this. I very much appreciate all the work that you did. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. I don't think that there's much specifically around connections to transit. It seems like we mentioned bike racks at transit, but I'm wondering if we should have something specific around the last mile, like safe routes to transit through active transportation.
Yeah.
That's one. Food for thought. And does number 50, it sounds like that is meant to say hiring staff is what that is getting at?
Yes.
By capacity? Okay. I just wasn't sure.
And the blueprint has already called out, the blueprint was very specific. They asked for an active transportation planner. That's a position that the city has budgeted for, but has not yet posted. This is vague because I think there's certainly opportunities to add other staff to support implementation, not just the planner, but also additional engineering staff potentially, and even public works crew, adding to our street crew. There's a lot of ways we could kind of support this implementation.
And then I like number 48, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who on the ad hoc. I don't think it was me, but I don't remember who suggested certain ones. To train public works staff, it would be neat if we could offer similar things for the community. I know we talked a lot about like tactical urbanism program, and it seems like is that the intent of 56 in a way?
Yeah.
Is that kind of the tactical urbanism-ish one?
Yes. So, and this one, I think we'll get like I said, with the first application we just received, we'll get a sense of what some of the roadblocks and challenges are. And we could maybe add some more specificity here, but that's what this is meant to address.
Great. Yeah. It would be nice if there was some training offered for community too. Even if it's just, how do you check out these materials after your application's been approved, and things like that. And then I'm just wondering, I know for Vision Zero priorities, we had a column that indicated who would be involved. And if that is something that might be helpful, if it's public works, if it's police, a consultant, the community, schools, I don't know if that's a rabbit hole you want to go down, but it seemed like it was helpful for Vision Zero when we did that. So,
and sorry, I was just jotting notes. Can you can you repeat?
Yeah, I'm reflecting on the Vision Zero priorities that we selected in that spreadsheet. I know we had a column that talked about who was responsible or would be like a point person. So I wasn't sure if that might be. Public works is obviously going to be big for a lot of this, but there's some police, there's schools. Yes. So if that would be helpful to see how much is on Public Works plate versus.
Oh, yeah. That's another point. And I actually have the columns hidden here, but that's another function that I'm planning on using here. We've got columns for lead staff, and that will be, yes. And as you can see, almost all of them are Public Works right now. So that'll be a helpful way. That'll really help inform sort of the prioritization and also show us where we need to add staff. Yeah.
Great. And then thinking about how do we prioritize this work? My initial thought is, okay, we need to build things first, a safe network, and then maybe some community campaigns to so that when people are riding, people that are driving know how to interact better and slow down and all that. But I'm wondering if the city has considered doing kind of a high-low impact, and then like how much of a low or high lift, like that could be based on a cost or grant funding that's maybe available, staff time. I don't know if that lens has been, it's kind of hard to, some of these are apples and oranges to like do that comparison, or maybe that's something that Fair and Peers through their contract with the city could do. But if that could be an interesting way to think about this really long list and start to do some priority. Like I've seen that done in like a kind of a quadrant kind of a thing, or
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Stacy.
Excuse me. No questions, but just maybe two responses to other comments. One about the kind of responsibilities of the Vision Zero. I'd say maybe the progress metrics, for instance. Within the Vision Zero action plan, there's listed out kind of who the key stakeholders are that we should be kind of getting in contact with. And so that can be seen kind of supplemental to the list that Bjorn has here for each of the other ones. So that's also already done. Rabbit hole explored. And then the other one was about the speed reduction, and maybe just a question confirmation from Bjorn. You're familiar with Berkeley's Safe Trek resources that came out? Okay, so that's basically Berkeley put together kind of guide for local jurisdictions on how to reduce speeds recommendations. At the same time, SCTA had applied for funding through the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant to do that same thing. So now we're looking to basically fill in where the local need is, those jurisdictions. Where does Safe Trek go as far, and then what further needs do you have? So during this process, definitely think that in mind, of what could we maybe bring on a consultant and then apply this countywide, for instance. So
yeah, that's great.
But no other questions. I do have some comments later, though.
So one thing that came to mind for me was, sort of under the veil of promotion, thinking about local businesses and developing, having the city develop incentives for implementing, bike-friendly facilities. So it's one thing to go out and, ask a, landlord to add bike racks or whatever, but there's no really requirement that we can place on them. But if there's a way to incentivize through local property tax breaks or whatever the case may be, but I think that could definitely might be something that would help.
Yeah, I think that's. Do you feel that that number 36 reflects that, or is consistent with what you're proposing? And I realize this one is vague because the reality is I can't tell you right now what we can do exactly or what we should do. That's where it's a little vague.
As I was looking through this, I overlooked that. So I think that actually addresses it.
Okay, Darren.
Yeah, super comprehensive. One question, we talk about staff having an active transportation manager. Would job duties for that person include kind of public liaising, reinforcing the ATP vision on an ongoing basis? Because I imagine as some of this gets implemented, like we saw with D Street, there would be people that said, what are you trying to do? And I would imagine that all falls under the purview of this, yet to be named staff member.
Yeah, so the active transportation planner definitely, this will be the key document for the active transportation planner to use to evaluate the city's progress towards all these actions. It's really, this is the game plan for everything, right? And yeah, the active transportation planner is certainly, I'd say, a key staff member in sort of overseeing its implementation, but there are obviously many other people involved, senior traffic engineer, when it comes to a lot of the operational items, our staff members who oversee our street crew, that's our deputy director of operations. So we'll be able to specify sort of who's in charge of what. We're gonna, like I showed earlier with those columns, we'll assign a lead for each of these items, and then figure out sort of how it fits into their work plan, or if they would need additional support to actually do this work.
And I guess I was thinking kind of on the comm side of things, just communicating this with the public. And maybe this isn't in the purview of being in the plan, but will happen. I'm assuming there'll be a kind of an interface or a website or something that'll communicate a lot of this without people having to get into the document itself. I'm just thinking kind of a touchstone that we can refer people to. Like I said, as projects surface, there'll be inevitable, what are you trying to do? And then you can point people to kind of an easier to read
absolutely.
Interface or something like that. Again, I don't know if that goes in the plan, but just something I couldn't help think about. But other than that, no questions.
Okay, then we will go to public comment. The public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. Clerk, did you receive any comments prior to the meeting?
No, there were no public comments.
Thank you. And I have one card from Pete Gang.
It's on? This on? There. Maybe it's just the mood that I'm in. Maybe it's the perilous state of democracy. Maybe it's the weather. But I want to give voice to some feelings that are not that hopeful and enthusiastic. After reading through the document that we just went through, I went back and went through our existing 2008 bike ped plan. And I know that Pam and Marja, among others, had input on it. And it's an excellent plan, 146 pages. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And it strikes me that a lot of what is in this current iteration has been said earlier. And I'm just wondering, kind of from a systems perspective, are we not repeating the same efforts and expecting much grander results? Or to ask it another way, what are we doing? How are we changing the systems within which we operate in order to ensure that these 57 items will actually get comprehensively implemented, and we will eventually see the complete build out of our non-automobile mobility network that we're looking toward? That's my big question. And it's not a criticism or a slam on any committee members, certainly not on Bjorn, because I think the work that has emerged that we're looking at is excellent. It's high level, it's comprehensive, I just want to know, what are we doing differently to ensure that that it will actually bear fruit? Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. And the next comment card is from Emily Sharton.
Hello, Emily Sharton from the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. So thanks very much for this list. I think all of these items are important. Obviously, they all overlap and intersect quite a bit, so it's maybe hard to determine where to start. But I think in terms of priorities, we definitely support building out the network as the top priority. We would even support making that the #1 goal of the plan, because you need a safe network if you're going to achieve any Vision Zero goals or any of the other goals in the plan. So I think to that end, what stand out as action points are the complete streets guidance, making sure the city is on board with best practices around the build out. And I would also say the capacity building and training. I think Bjorn mentioned earlier, sort of squaring this plan with available resources. Training and building staff capacity is critical. And I know it's not necessarily the purview of this board, but I think it needs to be emphasized as these discussions continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. Okay, so that closes public comment and brings it back to the committee for discussion. Bjorn, at this point, you were mostly looking for us to prioritize, or do you want to organize the way that we want to prioritize by feasibility, or you think just sort of go through it more generally?
Yeah, I think, it's probably not realistic we're not going to rank all 57 items, but
Right.
If you want to, if certain themes, categories, or, like Emily just mentioned, build out of the network and kind of building out staff capacity to build the network.
Yep.
And implement this plan as high. So if you want to just stay higher level, that's fine. If there's one that you think you want to call out specifically, or if there are 3 specifically that you think are absolutely critical as high priorities, would love to hear that. And, it was helpful, captured a few things that we felt were missing here in the comments or in your questions. So if anything else comes to mind, flag those. Really just kind of pretty open-ended here. I just want to, again, walk away feeling good about this list, and then we can get to work.
Pamela, could we start with you? Thank you.
So it seems like updating the standards and adopting them should come early in the process. And it seems also to me that a lot of the things that we're going to try to do, we can do concurrently, simultaneously, and things will inform each other. But I liked what was said about creating a kind of a grid to prioritize in terms of the ease of the build out, the low cost, how quickly something can be done, and biggest benefit. Seems like we could have some kind of a grid where we would rank things, and then that would lend itself to the prioritization of the actions. And it would be, I think it's really important what was just said by the public commenter about, we've said these things before, and what's different now? Well, we need to bring resources to this, and I don't know how to marry prioritization of these things plus bring CIP or other public funds here. But it almost seems like that needs to happen somewhere along the line. I don't know if it's exactly here or if that's what City Council does to say, the quick builds, we need $1 million for quick builds every year, whatever the number is going to be. How do we put the dollars, to build the resources, to build the staff capacity to do these things? So that needs to be addressed in my mind. The idea of, I think there's some natural priority that's going to come together here when we look at things like, traffic calming, speed reduction, quick build, doing things that help people get across town, fixing some of the curb ramp issues. Like we had another public commenter who sent in some comments about, gee, look at how hard it is to cross Lakeville. Look how hard it is to go from some of our dedicated bikeways through streets and then back on the bikeway because the curb cuts are not so good. And that's dangerous. That really is dangerous. So to me, that's a priority, building out the network and then looking at how we can do things quickly so people can see progress. I think that's really important. And I really like the idea of lowering the speed limits in the ways we can on the streets we can. So it's like, lower the speed limits. Where can we build out the network? Where can we make it safer? Where can we get more people using those networks sooner? That's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
Good.
And I know we probably, except around the river and maybe in the future around Corona and changing any urban growth lines. I don't know how much new construction, new development applications we're going to be seeing. Maybe there's more around the turning basin, et cetera. But it seems like we're not going to have the opportunities that we'd had previously by conditioning new development. So that's, we got to keep our eye on that, but we have to do much more to improve what's there. And and reducing the travel lanes when we can and having the protected bikeways. Those would be my, top 5.
I think and sort of that last comment really gets to the street standards, not just, so when we do have those development projects, the improvements that we are able to require out of the public improvements we're able to require from those developers are really reflecting best practices. And we're already, I can say, Ken and I and others in Public Works are doing our very best to maximize capitalize on those opportunities and get best practices in that certainly exceed our current city standard, our current street standards. But that would address that and also I think help establish some norms for how we are improving our own roads, independent of development projects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's really all I have. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Marcia?
I'm going to take a pass. I'll come back to me later.
I'll just emphasize what I said during questions about building the network probably needs to be up there, if not the very first thing. But I'd be very interested to see a matrix or something that looks at the impact and if it's feasibility or whatever we're calling it. I don't know if you've connected on this with the Blue Zones team. I know Blue Zones, their built environment policy menu does that kind of mapping of pretty specific things, not just active transportation, but some is active transportation. I don't know if they might be a resource for you, the local team. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm wondering, listening to the comments, if the way that we kind of show priority in this document or at the end, if that's helpful not only for the staff that's using it, but also to show to council, like, this is what this committee really feels like is important. If that is the way were to look at it, I would prioritize adding staff and then implementing traffic calming measures, completing near-term improvements, updating policy and design. And then the next things I have on here are more things that seem that they could be done now and getting those sort of checked off to move through this and keep the work going. But I think those would be my priorities and what I would want council and how they view the budget to see our priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Anytime we're talking about additional funding, whether it's for capital projects or for staff, that is all subject to council approval in the annual budgeting process. So the operating budget is what directs kind of staffing resources, and then the capital improvement budget is obviously what identifies specific capital projects and assigns funds to those. So nothing we do in the active transportation can directly lead to those actions, but indirectly they certainly can, and especially when you can point to it as, hey, this was the number one priority in the active transportation plan. Obviously, that lends some weight to these actions. Yeah.
Bjorn, how do we make our voice heard?
I think it'll be very clear once we go through this exercise of what the needs are, and those will be relayed to council, and it'll be packaged in a way in this plan that it'll be easy to communicate those needs to council. So that is up to, it's a city adopted, it'll ultimately be a city adopted plan. Council is going to adopt this plan with a resolution. They'll acknowledge the needs that are outlined in this plan, and then it's really up to them to prioritize and make sure that we are getting the resources we need to get this work done.
Thank you. It's not very heartening that way, but we have no fund. I mean, we have no funds behind us. We have to request funds, and it's difficult. Sometimes we aren't heard, or it's just, we've got so many gaps between us and the council. Certainly we can all chat with every council member we know, every planning commissioner that we know, and we can promote, but when all is said and done, you got to remember where this exists, and you need to remember what priorities we've set. And sometimes you just don't see that. We never see it through.
Well, I'd say, council has a lot of things to weigh in a city like Petaluma. There are a lot of competing priorities, and as a city, we're definitely making up for years and years of deferred maintenance, or just, even kind of just trying to preserve what we had. And so there wasn't a whole lot of capital expansion. And so there's a backlog not only of maintenance and kind of pent up demand for improvements that people want to see. And so I do not envy council's position trying to weigh all of those needs, but I would say, the current council, they identified safe streets as a top 10 priority in their last priority setting cycle. So I would take that as a sign of, that this council thinks this work is important.
And now to the liaison from Parks and Recreation. We don't even have a master plan in Recreation, Parks, and Music. You guys are on your second. I think this is pretty amazing. I mean, I really do. And whether or not it's getting implemented, it's like fighting tooth and nail to get, anyhow, I'm not going to talk about my issues over at my commission. I agree that the building out of the network is the most important. Staffing's we always need staff. And then the way that I prioritize this, I don't have the experience of all of you here, but do you want me to rattle off some numbers of what I think is important? Okay.
Yeah.
Number 1, number 6, number 7, number 10, number 21, and it needs to actually be enforced, because red paint is great by schools, but parents park in red paint all the time. Number 28, number 37, 38, 41, 42.
Hang on. 28, 37, sorry. Then what?
And I didn't go back and whatever. It's a lot, but whatever. I said 38, 41. Can't read my glasses. 42 and 50. I thought you asked for 10. Didn't you ask for 10 earlier?
I think I've said 3, 5, 10, all at different times. I've just,
okay.
All
right.
Again, this
Anyhow,
is pretty.
I thought I heard 10. That's why there's so many.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on.
We could certainly, I could even add these all and put these all in a Survey Monkey and have you all rank them individually if you really wanted to. Then we get weighted scores for each of them.
That wasn't in an order. That was just.
Yeah. No, I gotcha. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. So Yeah, I think I'll just save my rankings for. I'm going to need to resubmit the sheet that I just
No problem.
sent earlier. So let's see. I had a few or I guess just maybe a comment on the bicycle and pedestrian count program. We have a great resource to look at the different options that are available and some pricing too. So I'd be happy to coordinate that if that's a helpful discussion to have later. But in terms of additions, let's see. And by the way, great work as well to everybody. I really appreciate you pulling this all together. So the first one I think was one that I mentioned previously, and I'm probably going to keep talking about, but is trying to do some type of citywide ciclovia car-free network where we just set up demonstration projects across the city, and for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever, in April or some nice weather month, it's just, that's the way that we invite the whole city to kind of move around for our daily trip. So I think the Safe Streets and Roads for All planning grant shows that there's 4 demonstration projects. This last round was severely undersubscribed, so there's free money out there to do this, at least hopefully in the next round. So in terms of, the bike share, I think it was great to know that, thinking about setting up this system to have vendors come. And I was just, I purchased an electric tricycle, so I'm hopefully going to be cruising around town on that, but thinking of like a bike share for the same idea,
like a bike library,
errands for kids, grocery shopping. What's that?
Like a bike library, almost.
Well, bike library is the way that I understand that. That's kind of a trial. Well, yeah, there's different ways to interpret. Yes, bike library or bike share. Either way, I think.
You're thinking. Are you sorry? Just because, so for example, SCBC has a bike library where you can go if you have a specific trip where, hey, I might need a cargo bike. You can go check out a cargo bike. But it's almost like using a tool library, right? Whereas bike share,
that be free? I guess, is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Open to, again, this is our plan, right? So if it's a city implemented program, we can kind of figure that out. Or bike share where it's just it's on demand, it's out on the street, you know where to find it.
Yeah.
So
I say all strategies, yes.
Both. You're saying yes. Okay. But specifically cargo bikes, you're thinking? Or?
Yeah, specifically cargo bikes, and that's being able to do kind of like the errands that cars do, but tricycles or four-wheeled bicycles that aren't technically recognized. But in terms of prioritization for areas, I think I was thinking 2 rows to the top. One was kind of grocery desert areas, so if people need to get in their car they can't walk to the grocery store or what have you, that would be one area. And then just kind of our low income communities of concern, disadvantaged communities areas as well.
Sorry, you said 2 rows to the top. What were you referring to?
Oh, the 2 priority areas to think about where to start bike share kind of tricycle would be one, grocery deserts, and secondly would be kind of low income areas. And Franklin, I think what you were kind of saying about the bike parking in public or in private property, I would add on that it should, again, who knows what's possible, but add on access as well too. I think that's once, between the street and the bike parking in front of the store, how can you make sure there's a safe route to make that connection? And maybe in miscellaneous, similarly, car share permitting, if that's something to look at. So with the goal of being able to get rid of your second car. And if you do need that second car for a longer trip or something like that, there's one that's available in your apartment complex, or even just taking up a on-street parking space or something.
And that's actually a big one that if Councilmember Barnacle were here, I know he would bring up, because he he talked about it a lot in the objective design standard discussion, and when we talked about the blueprint, was some sort of it's a travel demand management ordinance or program for the city that would figuring out ways to basically reduce the need for car ownership, providing better alternatives to car ownership. And that was one where I felt it's not, we can figure out a way to allude to that in this document. It's not, I don't really see it as being under the purview of the active transportation plan, kind of like a parking management plan wouldn't be under the purview of this, but I've made a note, and I'll try to look at other plans and see how they're referencing TDM. It's been identified by our community development department as something that they want to work on. So I'm confident it'll get done. I want to be careful about, we've got plenty of work here. So
let's see. And then I think the last edition, I'm not sure if I did my public comment correctly for the blueprint, but I just kind of included all of the recommendations from that recent report, Biking the Goods, that was talking about how North American cities can prepare for and promote large-scale adoption of e-cargo bikes. So there's a lot of great information in there that I would just want to copy over and paste, which I did in the case of the blueprint, but maybe could be done more tactfully, potentially for this purpose.
Yeah, and one that comes to mind there, I know Cool Petaluma has done some promotion. They've done some e-bike. I'm completely blanking on the word, like a fair where they bring vendors in and you can demo e-bikes, and I think they've done it with EVs as well, and I think Sonoma Clean Power does the same. So that could be a way to sort of raise awareness around e-bikes and cargo bikes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had sorry, just as a quick aside, I did have a recent meeting with Sonoma Clean Power and MTC, kind of exploring the idea of being able to do a e-bike library, similar to what Ava Clean Energy is doing for the East Bay. And I think, so there's interest, but everybody's limited by, staff and funding. So something to maybe just keep our eye out for in the future. And then in terms of, I guess I just took circle back to this, I realized I missed a note. In terms of prioritization of the goals and thinking to what Pete's message was of how are we not just replicating what we did in the past. Ideally, I want to say maybe there's more federal funding available, more funding to do these kinds of active transportation, more laws to help, statewide laws to help implement this, but those things, can be fickle, especially the federal funding. But what comes to mind is just kind of like the institutional bones of the department of the city of Petaluma. Like, how do we reinforce those? And I want to say, yes, prioritize the network as well too, but deep down it says we have to work out and build up and have those muscles to be able to implement kind of a robust plan. So I'm going to take another look through that, but that was kind of what I felt was an important prioritization, just thinking through each of the categories, what is one or two that would really emphasize kind of institutional enhancement, I guess, strengthening.
And you're thinking specifically about grant tracking and applications, or
I guess it kind of varies from section to section. But thinking about the zoning code or something like that, that would then have, updating the zoning code would have implications for all projects then, moving forward. Something like, example like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's all my comments.
So I would, echo and support all of the comments that have been made so far. The only thing I would add to that is to probably, give some credence to the promotion. When I sort of look out the landscape today, a lot of the discord in the community that I see is around how bad the biking infrastructure is, and I think that tends to sort of dissuade some people not to bike that otherwise might. And I think we've made some strides. We certainly have a long way to go, but there's a lot of bikeable space in Petaluma. And the more we can promote that, the more I think people will be out on their bikes, and the more support we can build going forward. You know, case in point, you know, if you're at Redwood Highway and McDowell, you know, you can get downtown now pretty safe and easy on a bike. And that wasn't the case a year or two ago. And I think there's a lot of people that aren't aware of that. And, you know, and it's those kinds of wins that if we promote, we'll get more people biking, and that'll just build more support for the plan overall. That's my thought.
Darren?
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. I want to ditto a lot of what was said already, but just thinking of our public commenter, Pete Gang, talking about how functionally do we make this happen. I'm wondering on this table, do we have, just stealing from our annual budget document and what we just saw with the carbon neutrality plan, do we have like a column that says relative expense? You know, on our budget, we have like an actual estimated amount. But even if it was, I think the metric the carbon neutrality plan uses is like $4 signs, $3 signs, you know, something like that as a simple, I know we have a feasibility column, but just general price metric. And then like funding buckets, what funds would these projects pull from? Are there grants potentially? And just kind of making it more tangible, like where would the funds come from? And then I think as part of this prioritization, I don't know if this is something that we could do on an ongoing basis, but, you know, thinking right now we're about to come up on the city council voting on our top 10 priorities. So if there was a kind of an annual ATP implementation, here are our top 10 ATP implementation items, and then this committee could kind of vote and generate those, or however we decide to land on that, whether it's like a online poll or something, and then generate some groundswell to promote that to council. Because I think, and I've gotten the feedback that to really get things implemented, you might need it on that top 10 priorities a couple years in a row. And especially if, you know, some things got accomplished, great. Well, we have a fresh, updated top 10 for the ATP now, and try to carve out a niche on that council priority list every year. I think that's one way to try to push it. So yeah, just thinking about it, those are my ideas on implementation. Otherwise, I don't really have anything to add with the action items as they stand.
Great, thank you. And that was definitely, that's a great comment. We can certainly do that. You know, the idea is this spreadsheet will be a living document where we are able to track progress on each of these. And then, yeah, that'll be a great exercise and it could be an annual work plan, right, for staff and PBAC. We could come up with that together and figure out what we're going to tackle in the year to come. I like that.
Marcia.
Yeah, I'm finally ready to, I guess just like Stacy did, give the numbers of my favorite topics that are listed. Number 5, number 7, number 10 and 12, number 17, 27, number 30, 41, 42, and 55. And aside from that, I agree with what Franklin was saying with the addition of the word safety. If we can make people believe that make it, not just people believe, make it safer, that would get people out as well. Thank you.
Bjorn, is there a timeline that deadline you would like committee members to provide written feedback or any other comments?
I mean, there's a lot to go through here. No deadline. We're going to be, the plan is in full development, so it won't be. You'll probably see the plan in draft form in a couple of months, and even then you could make changes here. But this is helpful because you can imagine how painful this would have been if this was presented as part of the draft plan and we were going through it in this level of detail. So, like I said, this and the map are really the two most crucial elements of the plan. So, anything in the next couple of weeks is totally fine. Appreciate all of your time and attention on this. And that goes for our friends in the public too.
Thank you, and thanks for the ad hoc for all the work on this. It's incredible.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much for to the ad hoc committee again for all of your help.
So moving now to committee comment. During committee comment, members are invited to briefly share updates relevant to this committee, including liaison reports from other city bodies, and make requests for future agenda items. Dialogue between members should be limited to clarifying questions and answers. There will be no public comment on this item. Darren, can we start with you?
Yeah, I'll give a quick update from Planning Commission. On January 23rd, we had a Planning Commission meeting, and our only item was to discuss the application for annexation of the parcel at 5400 Redwood Highway. And this is currently the primary tenants there are the Harmony Nursery and Farm Supply and Retrograde Coffee. They're currently in County of Sonoma. They're within our urban growth boundary, but our city boundary ends at the edge of their parcel. So they applied for annexation. Planning Commission reviewed that application. There was a little bit of a history there where they've previously applied, but they have a lot of fill on site, which our city has a no-fill policy due to flooding concerns specifically in that area. And we kind of passed it and said this should go to City Council with the caveat that they need to make a final decision on this fill issue because they had previously denied an annexation in 2015 for this issue, but it was a much different application. Currently, they're applying to be annexed, to run utilities to the site. Actually, Petaluma runs sewer already to Pengrove, so it's an easy kind of tee off of that to the site, and then run water, and they're not going to build anything or change anything. So it'll be exciting to watch that and see if our current boundary expands. But that's it.
Interesting, thank you. Franklin? Adam?
Yeah, two updates, one from SCTA, one from our CPA. On the SCTA side, just wanted to mention that we're in the process of reevaluating our travel model. The travel model is essentially, did anybody play SimCity as a kid? Am I the only one? Okay, hopefully not. It's basically where you try to create your equivalent of a city, roads and housing and commercial areas. And so the travel model is that for Sonoma County. And so that's one of the things that I help manage at the SCTA. And so we're going to be transitioning to something that's was kind of the more antiquated trip-based model, which is a very simple way of thinking. I go from here to there, and that's one unit of measurement, and that's all. And we kind of like track all these individual trips compared to what the movement is towards something called an activity-based model. And this is actually kind of where SimCity went to also, the game like The Sims, where you're replicating individual little people and they have their daily activities. So this activity-based model is going to be doing that. So those individual little Sims simulating each and every one of us in the whole county, saying what are we doing, who's in our household, what are our trips looking like. And so the reason this is important is because at any time there's a major development project, a general plan update, a specific area plan, is it to understand what the travel impacts are for that area. You have to run the project parameters and say, we're going to put in a giant development here, but there's going to be daycare and there's going to be these other uses. This activity-based model will now be able to kind of utilize that fine scale of saying, what are these uses and the costs associated. And one of the exciting things that we just had a meeting with our consultant today about it, of just thinking about micromobility. And it turns out that San Diego has already kind of pioneered this effort in trying to understand how we add electric bikes to this activity-based model. So it's not just regular, bio bikes, but actually something that gives you more range but lower costs and kind of accounts for those types of difference, and potentially also car share too. So this is something that we'll be implementing over the next few years, but we're just kind of starting to get our feet wet. So it's something exciting to think about for kind of on the horizon. And then the other thing, Bjorn, can I share my screen real quick? I'm not sure if
Do you still have a panelist?
I think I am. I'm going to sneak in and do it. So the other thing that I'm working on right now is a greenhouse gas dashboard for the whole county, and that's on the Regional Climate Protection Authority side, RCPA. And so it'll be a way to track our greenhouse gas emissions from different sectors, kind of in different years from 1990, 2010. We're working on an update right now to 2022. But this was one of the indicators kind of at the countywide level that, I don't know, is just extremely jarring for me in terms of what our kind of priorities and goals are and how we put that into context in the climate, discussion. But essentially what we're looking at here is a gauge of, where we've been, where we are now, and then where we're trying to achieve. And so the 1990 emissions you can see is at kind of 3.94 million. That's metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So greenhouse gas, kind of standard way of measuring. 2020, we're at 3.04, and then our goal for 2030 is 788. So yeah, that's not far away. And so in thinking about when we're prioritizing projects, and I hate to pick on Maria Drive, but that one comes to mind. It's a lot to ask for people to, give up their car when their economic livelihood supporting their family depends on it. So I feel that wholeheartedly, but I also look at this chart and just realize that this is something that we're being asked to do that we've never had to ask, had to think collectively in such a way and act independently at the same time. Towards something so challenging. So just wanting to emphasize that the need for that kind of complete street network across Petaluma to really be able to achieve our everyday needs, and thinking about what that would take for a variety of different goals. Vision Zero, cost savings, it's cheaper to buy an electric bike than a car. But yeah, on the climate side, this was just kind of came to mind. So we'll be trying to, in future iterations, probably this summer, we'll be digging into the climate action plans for each city, and then being able to dial down and say, well, where are we at for Petaluma? So that's something to also look for on the horizon. And that's it.
Recreation, Parks, and Music, we met on the 17th. And actually, it was a lot of stuff that we've done here. We had our Park to Park update with Safe Streets and Pete. And then we also had the blueprint for carbon neutrality. So we assessed those and gave our feedback for both of those. And then we also talked about the ever-aging pool that is not working. Other than that, that was it.
Just have a question, maybe Bjorn, you can address this in your staff comment on bollard removal, if the Corona Creek, if that's in the queue, and where it might be in the queue. Thanks.
It's in the queue. I don't know where it is, but it's in the queue. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Is there? We can maybe follow up offline if you have specific locations that you'd like to see elevated. Thanks.
Thank you. I attended the SCTA meeting January 23rd at 1:30 at their boardroom in Santa Rosa on January 23rd. And I wanted to report out on the fact that it was passed, correct me if I'm incorrect, but it was passed that the SCTA would purchase automated bicycle and pedestrian counters, which I'm thrilled about because I think we can make use of them. I'm guessing that you can rent them or borrow them at some point in time for a specific project.
Bjorn's a pro at them. But they can, so this is replacing our current, kind of like it's a library. Think of it as a library.
Okay.
Cities can rent these out for free. If needed, we can help implement them and set them up. But ideally, it's kind of the city staff that would be setting it up. But this was just kind of replacing, the other ones we'd purchased, they were at the end of their lifetime.
Well, and the other ones weren't automatic, were they?
It'll be the same automatic in terms of the counting. Yeah, automated counters. They won't be Bluetooth enabled, so you'll still have to go down there to the counter and connect by Wi-Fi. But otherwise, yes, once you get it set up, it'll just count automatically.
Anyway, I thought that was a thrilling thought. And besides that, SCTA is actively involved in the countywide active transportation plan. So it was interesting to hear what they had to say, and they have some of the same quandaries and the same problems that we all seem to have, which makes you feel slightly better, I guess, in a way. You certainly aren't the only one. But anyway, it was a very enjoyable meeting. They decided that they would be meeting every other month, and they elected a new chair, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I like that idea of having a survey monkey to give us an opportunity to look at these goals and prioritize them, and maybe the city would consider putting that out to the public too, in some fashion. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. For staff comment, staff will provide brief updates relevant to this committee. Dialogue between members and staff should be limited to clarifying questions and answers, and there should be no dialogue between members. There will be no public comment on this item.
All right, so regrettably, I do not have my usual presentation. Usually I do that the week of the meeting, and I've been out sick all week. So today's my first day back to work. I was catching up and couldn't put that together, but I'll do my best to give you updates on what we're working on, just starting with some photos. Since we last met, our Public Works crew removed another barrier from the Mackenzie overcrossing behind Target. You can see there was on the left there the before, and then on the right the after. Got rid of that awful gate that made it difficult to navigate that structure with anything, whether it was a walker, wheelchair, bike, push cart. So very, very grateful to our crew for doing a great job there and getting that removed. And then obviously we had the commenter. We had Dan Barry from the leadership committee last month coming and talking about the bike repair stations. We were able to get a couple of those installed. We've got some new bike racks at the Kavanaugh Center, and then the reason I was sharing that on the other side of the Kavanaugh Center on the 8th Street side, we were able to get, we took out the dated bike racks there. They were the wheel, the kind that you can only lock your wheel to, front wheel. So we got our new racks in there, and then we also were able to get nice bike repair station that they donated, and you can see these. They look great. They look a lot like our bike racks. So that's cool to kind of match the galvanized style. They've got a nice little plaque on them acknowledging the Climate Ready campaign and all of the individuals and organizations that contributed to that effort. And then we also, our crew went over and got one installed at the Mary Isaac Center right behind. It's on the back side of the building, but it's where all of their visitors park their bikes, and there were a lot of bikes back there. So hopefully that gets good use. And I'll just actually let's see if I can go back to that picture so I can kind of describe what these. I guess you can't really see it. So you've got a hanger here. That's where you can actually lift up, and, put your bike up hang it up on the stand. There are several long metal cables hanging in the middle section here. that are attached to kind of the common bike tools you would need to make adjustments. And then obviously you have the pump on the front. So we'll be putting in, we've ironed out our agreement with Smart as of today. I think it's getting very close. We're going to get one in at their station, and then we've got when the weather improves, we're going to go over to the community center, and we're actually going to take out the wave rack at the community center and then extend that concrete pad, put in a bunch of new bike racks there, and then also add a bike repair station at the community center. So exciting developments there. And then we have lots of upcoming meeting dates, and I'll share them verbally, and then when I have confirmation on some of these, I'll send out an email to PBAC and others. We've got a Safe Routes to School walk audit tomorrow at Petaluma High School tomorrow morning. And then we'll be reporting on that at our next task force meeting, which will be here in council chambers third Thursday. So that'll be the 15th, 4 p.m. Again, it's those task force meetings. We've been focusing on our whatever walk audit precedes it. Last month's task force was focused on our McKinley and Live Oak walk audit, where we looked at both of those school areas. And all of those meeting notes are uploaded to the Safe Routes website. It's been shared in previous staff updates presentations, but I can share it out again. We are also looking at holding a community workshop for our Howard Street paving project give you a kind of a save the date, Tuesday, February 20th, here in council chambers at 6 p.m. And that's that project runs from A Street to West Street. And then we are working on, I think we've got a tentative date of Thursday, the 29th at the community center at 6 p.m. for a open house on our 101 crossings study. So that's I think I've mentioned that too at previous meetings. We're looking at, we're engaging the community and then kind of going through a conceptual planning process for improvements to the Rainier undercrossing for walking and biking, the Lynch Creek Trail crossing at North McDowell, the Mackenzie overcrossing, and then, why am I blanking on, Corona Road, the Corona Road overcrossing. So looking at all 4 locations, kind of conceptually what we can do and scoping some potential projects at each of those locations. That is tentatively on Thursday, the 29th at 6 p.m. in the community center. Again, I'll follow up and confirm all of these dates and meetings. And for our next meeting with PBAC, I'm planning on bringing basically the same presentation we're going to give here for Howard Street. We'll bring that to you at PBAC. And we are also talking to our Caulfield Bridge consultant about coming and giving a presentation and getting your feedback on bike ped circulation as part of that project. And so not only the bridge design, but also getting to and from the bridge especially on the north side of the river or east side of the river, depending on which compass you're using in Petaluma. I think that's it for me. I'll look to see if Ken has any other updates he would like to share.
Yeah, no, you hit it all, Bjorn. I'll just say, we're trying out some street sweepers tomorrow. We got Rohnert Park and Santa Rosa in there. We've been in touch with San Jose and the city of Alameda to see how they're implementing their Class 4 facilities, implementing the maintenance. And Maria Drive will be starting up here, and and then Smart is going to be improving the crossing on North McDowell. So the Smart project is going to take care of a lot of the hazards that happen around the railroad tracks in that area about North McDowell. So we still got a little bit more construction for the next year, but that's, it's exciting to see that. So we're making progress.
All right. I think that's it from us.
Thank you so much. And with that, we are adjourned at 8:25 p.m.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.